Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I think the music's still a bit loud. Day. Hi. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. No hand tracking. But it's okay. I can I stay can I still say that I ate too much? Because I did. Oh man, I found no, it's not that I found, but it's a place that I usually go to. Has been closed for a week, and then now, well, today it opened because of it, because it's a new week, 26th of August. And I went there again. I accidentally ate too much. Thanks for the pet. Hi Nexus. Hi Chashu. Hi Wo. Welcome. I hope you are doing good. I do wanna. I haven't opened up ZBrush yet. Did I open up Huion? Yes, I did. Okay. Did I? Oh, I didn't even plug in my tablet. Sorry. Oh yeah, okay, it's on. Is it on? Oh yeah, it's on. Okay. just gonna double check. What? Hi, baby. Tiara, more like fake, huh? Yeah. Today Tiara is fake. So today is fake, huh? Hi, Bailey. Hi, Wildflower. Am I gonna get grabbed? Oh. Okay, why is that paw so cute now? gonna get grabbed. You're not on, so to inform you I haven't turned you on yet. Baby gonna turn me on? Wow. Wow. Just gonna open up this one first. And oh yeah, render fast. Sneezes adorably. Oh yeah, I made the... Why is it facing backwards? Oh, I'm not even showing the screen. I'm not even showing the screen. Good job, me. There, okay. I was like, why is it facing backwards? I don't understand. Hiya. Oh, I didn't even open up the thing yet. The thing. Where's the thing? Define the thing. I got those jean booty shorts coming in, so I could totally could. 5555. Oh yeah. Turning a real Thailand people. Using 5 as love. I haven't seen that in a while because I know I see that a lot when I'm playing like League of Legends, Dota. And then there's a lot of like Thailand people playing the game. It's like there's so many like 5. Yeah, that's why they type like 5555 to laugh. and then Indians would go like WK. would go as like a laugh. I don't understand. Welcome to Southeast Asia, a wild. Yeah. What am I looking at? I get more upset at Snake for getting Jade wrong than Jade himself. It's hard to get like exactly right when it's more stylized than it's more stylized like this. I'll try to get it as close to being Jade as possible, but to like to get as close or like to get like 100% is a little bit hard. I have to admit, it's difficult. That's why I made it a redeem. I don't want to take commissions out of it because I cannot do it. My son showed me that one 555. I'm so not used to, like, you know, Bailey saying 5555, but hey, it works. 5555. Where's my pencil? Wait, shit, I just took it. Where did I put it? Oh shit. Oh, I found it. It's just right in front. What the fuck? Okay, I found it. It's just right in front of me. A false alarm. Nothing's wrong. Okay. Alright. Gee, I wonder what I can change. It's the first time I open up a project and I don't know what to change. The body? Yeah. I mean, of course, the body could be better. I mean, I'm only doing like tail up. That's pretty much it. And then do a render. I guess maybe when texturing I could help a little bit. It's not gonna be much, but I hope it helps. Man, I'm really thinking if I want to do this redeem again. Shit. Oh man. I don't know, like for the past few days my brain has been very mad at me. It's like, do things right, fuck. For the past few days anyway, but it just happens, you know. Car. Anyway. I should probably add neck fluff. I think neck fluff I could make it like not that messy. I could try. Almost turned okay. Okay. I could try. Oh, wait. I'm gonna go look for pictures real quick. Oh yeah. Shit, I should go here. I should go here. Oh, I have a small idea. This might work. I remember checking out this one and it kind of works. I mean, these are too sus. I cannot show on the stream. cannot show them on stream, but I can just like hide them. They don't really use as much. Man, it's pretty clean. I guess they use more texturing than anything. Yeah, they only have like a tuft of fur around here and then pretty much just use texturing for the illusion of fur. But of course it's like the clean one. I guess it's a clean way of doing it. I mean, of course, that's just one. Let me look for more pictures. I mean, I guess the simplest would be just like a few tufts of fur on the chest. Or I could play as like the neck fur for this one. It's kind of funny because I cannot show any of these on stream. Oh, this one looks so good though. Oh god, it's Turbo Squid. Oh no, it's Turbo Squid. Turbo Squid, yeah. I'm probably not gonna check out Turbo Squid. Oh god, that's cursed as fuck, holy shit. Oh, I mean, this one I can show, but what the fuck is this? I was in... I mean, it cursed me now, I have to curse the chat too. This one. Yeah, that's right. What the fuck am I looking at? You. I mean... Ooh, that is scary. Alright, I'm looking through Google Images and see... Oh, a lot of the models that I see doesn't really have like some... doesn't really have... So I'm trying to look for something like... these kind of stuff, right? Chest or neck fluff. This one is more to like chest fluff, I guess. 2 layers, right? This one is neck and then chest. But like, I see a lot of like either people using texturing or they're just using shaders. Or they just don't put it at all somehow. They did make like fluffy necks. You know, like neck fluff. Even this one looks like it's pulled out. It looks like it's pulled out using displacement, but that looks so good though. CJF in the early 2000s? I don't know. It's more like the chest fluff my other girl has. Oh yeah, look at this. I mean, this one is like different method, right? You can clearly see that this one is using displacement, but they displaced it so well, like here as well. Like, I mean, this one is like pulled out using like move tool. This one looks like yeah, displacements as well, extra mesh. This one looks pulled in. Is this extra mesh? I cannot tell. I don't think it's extra mesh. It's just like, yeah, it's not extra mesh. It's painted over. Should I use displacement? Displacement and then pull down? Question mark? Because displacement is it displaces a part of polygon. It displays a part of polygon and then or like it displaces where I chose to, and now you have like nips, right? But I think if I were to like make it big, then I can sort of I mean, it wouldn't be as close to being this, but I guess I can try? I mean, there are other ones, like the ones that I cannot show, like around here. I mean, you have this one as well, who is like just the master of texturing. This is about the master of texturing, this one. Like a few tufts here, extra mesh, and then the rest is just texturing, like here. I guess I could try the texturing trick, just my texturing is really weak. But I can always try, I guess. Maybe I'm adding too many tufts of fur. But then again, if I don't add it, it's just a little bit... It doesn't look too good, I feel like, if I don't add it. Oh, my PC is actually dying from this? Really? Oh, wait, how bad is this? I don't know, it's not too bad. Unless I do this. Yeah. It's all good. Brian just think, why not just try my own method for now? My own method is to use... a few tufts of fur that just comes out. Too many polygons? That and also My PC is just weak in general. I could do. I could just become 2D, but I don't wanna. Especially when doing art, I kind of want to have like my 3D model on. And it's also because my snake doesn't have like a 2D avatar. Believe it or not, most of my characters are made from 3D first before I have like a 2D reference. It's kind of funny now that I think about it, but it is what it is. This one? Yeah, okay. Jade gaining boobs? Hell yeah. Jade now has booba? I should add 2 layers? Question mark? Like, problem is I'm trying to make it as close as to the 2D reference here. It's not impossible. It's just like, I think for my current skill level, it's like close to impossible, I guess. I can twist. I can scale. Give Jade the anime beach episode treatment. Oh. Jade now has booba. Squares. Can the dip have funsies? Okay. Have a good dip, Bailey. Thanks for stopping by. What do you mean by no smooth? Oh, that's what you mean by no smooth, okay. Okay, yeah. So what I'm thinking is that I'm probably gonna need like 2, 3. Okay, let me try to get as close. I might have to smooth this one out. Or I just do this, I guess. I mean, sure, it looks like it's like it looks like it's from a straight line, but a straight line in 3D space is not good. I'll try to do like a little bit of sneak ditties. Hi Astro, you're welcome. Sneak ditties. What I can do about here, this one looks like I can do it texturing, this one I cannot. Nah, that looks weird. Sometimes I just feel like I'm not in the right mindset to do art, but I just kind of want to do it sometimes. Like, I know I haven't do art for like 2 weeks, but holy shit. I almost want to share my with a beautiful snake. Wow. Milk. It's okay, I can transfer the milk to Tira. Transfer the milk, huh? I mean, it would be kind of hard to translate this from 2D space to 3D space. This part. It could be perspective. What if I don't make it like point up? Maybe point up, but not this much. Oh, hi numbers. Welcome numbers. Hope you're doing good. Here, I guess I enjoy snake poop later. She always does. I just feel like that one's kind of hard to translate into 3D space. It's okay, let me duplicate once more. When I come into this, oh, you mean you having booba now? Anime beach episode treatment? Hi Jade. I just feel like maybe don't do this. This one is fine. This one maybe not. It looks like some sort of like a nips at this point. If I add another layer to this, maybe. I mean, I'm probably gonna do a layer downwards. Steals jade. I mean, I would check my own. I mean, I did this like this, but because mine is like a huge, and like it's not like a tuft of fur like this one. This one is like only a little bit. Mine is like full-blown chest fluff or like neck fluff. Oh, sorry, my kobolds. I did the layering. But I don't think Jade's model requires this. It's not like this. Yeah, it's not like this. Also, let me close these. I need as less things open as possible. I'll keep it like this for now. I want to add a little bit more to the chest. And like to the layer below. I feel like this music is too nice. I'm falling asleep. This music is too good. Because I remember listening to this one while I fall asleep. Not these days though. Dice of Cringe. Oh shit, I have that, I forgot. Dice of Cringe, it's so good. I never watched Killer Bean before, but always looking at like Killer Bean emotes makes me want to watch them. Killer Bean. Roblox? I actually saw some dragon games on Roblox that looks pretty good. But I forgot what the names are. I think I saw a few Twitter posts saying that they have like really good dragon games. Which got me very intrigued. Boob works. Chashio is just like obsessed with boobs right now. I don't blame you. I like booba too. Maybe shoulder fluff. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, Jade has no belly, but Jade has this booch. What if I like model the belch out? The booch. Just like I'm probably gonna get banned if I do that. love how the pouch is still down the safe work version. I mean, Bulge is pretty safe for work. It's sus, but it's not explicit. I think it should be fine, right? Yeah, it should be fine. Just Bulge. Like that, there's literally a hacking Twitter account called Null Bulge. So it's like, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Instead of this, we're gonna listen to something else. I have this Monster Hunter playlist ready. Oh my god, of course we can. Oh, we're gonna start with Malzeno? Oh, it's cleared up. Oh, okay, thank god. Thank goodness. Oh my god, it's Malzeno. Okay. There we go. If I keep listening to that chill version of lo-fi, I'm most likely gonna fall asleep. Most likely. It looks longer because... Oh, the hand goes down, of course. This is already the hand part, not the shoulder part. $23K. I mean, this one is like 7.5K should be more than enough, I feel like. Yeah. I mean, it's one way to optimize, I guess, from 23K to like 7K. Yep. Yep. I guess Snake can yep. Second. It's a good thing I have my mats here. Yeah. Okay. Kinda weird too. Like I know I said that I said I enjoy being here because I really do, right? But for the past few weeks, I would say, actually, for the past few weeks, if I'm not doing this, I feel like I might just like for fact, yeah, if I'm not doing this, I might just like become mentally very unstable, I feel like. I feel like almost every night I've been stress eating a lot, which is actually kind of bad. You know, considering that my condition is having diabetes. So yeah, the situation is kind of bad, but I don't understand why, to be honest. Like, I don't get it. Like, I'm not too sure what is causing all these a weird mental state that I'm in currently. So yeah, these days I've honestly been feeling a little bit weird, which I don't understand, so I don't like it. I like these set of chest flip. Like, this set is good. This one is not that good, I feel like. Thank you. I'm just feeling weird. Like, honestly, I feel like if I'm not streaming, I feel like yeah. I don't know. Techno. Oh, it's Techno Viking. Hi. Techno. Hello. Welcome. What were you playing? Oh, just chatting. What were you chatting about? Were you playing anything before? But also, thanks for the raid. I hope stream is nice. I'm just struggling with art a little bit today. But yeah, I hope you're doing good. And I hope stream went well. Looks like the rest of the raid build. I mean, I guess it happens. But it's the thought that counts to me personally. But still, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome in, raiders. I'm good. I'm Sticks here. I'm a Shiniku.
And welcome.
Zina, the Manokid, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate. Also, yeah, did I? My brain is not working today, I'm sorry, but I'm Sticks here. I'm a sneak. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. You know what? I still love dragons to bits, and I do art almost every Monday. Pretty Snake, oh, thank you. Well, I'm usually a kobo, just kobo doesn't like to do art. So every time when art time, a kobold's not here. Absolutely lovely and chill night where this calm study session to some music at EMT fundamentals. Oh, like making music, that sort of thing, right? Oh, that's so impressive though. I love music, but I never know how to make them. But yeah, I hope you're doing good. Welcome. I'm making a model for rendering purposes. I'm trying my best. Trying my best to look like this, but yeah. Yeah. I'm trying. Emergency medical technician? Oh, that's even more impressive. Holy shit. Yeah. Emergency medical technician. That sounds like some sort of like a first aid kind of thing, isn't it? You know, the things that actually will save lives. 8 chapters of workbook assignments to do by tomorrow. Oh god. Oh, not assignments! Oh man. Oh god, not assignment. Ugh. I have 3 completed. Oh hell yeah. Is this a song from Monster Hunter soundtrack? Yes sir. This is Maguna Magalo. Iniladia. I have like a playlist of full theme medleys here. I'm a huge Monster Hunter fan, and I've been yearning to play Monster Hunter Wilds. But curses because I cannot go to Gamescom when I'm from Malaysia. It's okay. I can always wait for demo to come out. It's a quarter. Is it a quarter? Certifications to complete before I can move to firefighting. Firefighting? Oh. Gosh diggity dang, firefighting. That is mega respectable. And yeah, I recognize it. Love Monster Hunter. Been playing since Freedom Unite on PS3. Oh. Oh man, I don't really get to play as much Monster Hunter back then. I only get to play Monster Hunter 2 on the PS2 and Monster Hunter Frontier. Yeah, Monster Hunter Frontier on the PC. because my family or my parents forbid me to get any portable console because I am gravely addicted to video games back then. I'm still playing Frontier. I've been playing Frontier for like, yeah, I'm still playing it. I'm playing on a private server currently. Recently got to like White Fatalis and it's like getting destroyed and getting to like Zenith. Yeah, Frontier is truly something else. Like people are saying that Monster Hunter is hard. Play Frontier. Play Frontier, get fucked, but it's a fun kind of fuck. That sounds wrong, but you know what I mean, right? Oh my god, Kobo Thing! Hi Zeal. Oh, you know techno? Nice. Morning. Dark Souls or Monster Hunter? Well, yeah, having like a, you know you can card 3 times or 2 times, and then the 3rd time will fail, right? If you find a Zenith, Kazoo straight up eat you, and then you die, and then you lose the whole mission. Welcome to Monster Hunter Frontier. Yeah, Frontier is like one hell of a game, honestly. I love Frontier more than anything. It is currently still my top, like my #1 Monster Hunter game, just because of how wild it is. And Tonfa and Magnet Spike. I forgot what I want to do. It's that guy Zeal. It is the Zeal. If Zeal is here, I need this. It is time for bed and snuggles with the misters. Have a good sleep, Techno. Thanks for the raid again. Do not pet the sick bulb, but I want to pet the sick. I want to pet the bold. Oh, you did mention you're sick. Oh, oops. Oh yeah, I do need to add like the hand fluff as well. And before my PC dies, I need to save this. I don't want my PC dying. Thank you, Techno. I have a slight cough and sneezing yesterday. It's gotten worse. Oh, god damn it. I'm sorry to hear that. No, not the sick bald. Upset snake noises today. I mean, you would think that the hand is like... You know what I'm thinking? Is the hand too big? Or is it just me? Like... I feel the hand is too thick. Yeah, I feel the hand is kind of too thick. And then this one is also kind of thick. I have an idea. I think wing is a different mesh, right? Yeah, wing's a different mesh. Extra thick. I want my... I forgot what Aku was saying in Samurai Jack. Extra thick. My nose is fully blocked, coughing like an asthmatic, and overall weakness. That sounds like a serious sickness, yeah. Oh god. Are you gonna go to a hospital or something? Or like a clinic to get checked up? I mean, those sounds like common cold, but a little bit harsher. Should be fine if I just rest? Yeah, but I feel like a medication could probably speed up the process. But I don't know. I feel like I mean, to be fair, I'm lazy to go to the clinics always as well. I mean, considering that I have to go to the general hospital for like one time per 3 months. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like it, I'm lazy. And I'll make it shorter here afterwards. Just wrap self in blanket and sleep. Honestly, yeah, this sounds like the best thing to do. I do that a lot when I'm sick as well. But yeah, I still hope you a heckin' speedy recovery, Zeal. Oh, this was very loud, is it? Hey. God, I love Velcana. God, I love Velcana and Malzeno. See, the thing is, I want Malzeno and Velcana to come back to Monster Hunter Wilds, but chances are low because you know, I don't know. I feel like Malzeno is like very much loved, but I also feel like Malzeno is like set in Rise's world, so it might be kind of hard for Malzeno to like get into the other universe, especially Wild's universe, when everything is so like decrepit and like dying and stuff like that. I don't know. I cannot say for sure, but if Malzeno somehow comes back, you know, I'm gonna be so happy. Yeah. The AT Velcana music is also so fucking good. It's making me want to play Monster Hunter World again. I cannot stream it. There's a lot of mods that, you know, would get me banned immediately if I were to stream it on Twitch. If I were to stream Monster Hunter World on Twitch, I would get banned immediately. Too many mods. Well, not too many mods, but the mods are enough to destroy, well, not destroy, but make the game a lot more fun. If there's money to be made, then Capcom will happily ignore the law for a Malzeno DLC. I mean, I guess I can look at what they've done with Velkhana appearing in Sunbreak, I guess they could work. But I don't know about the money making stuff though. Like Monster Hunter has always been like the, you know, Ryozo and Ryozo and their team is always like, we release like a base game and then releases one huge DLC with 3 title updates. And it's like, yeah, it's always their kind of thing to do. So it's like very respectable. I mean, sure, the DLC sometimes costs as much or even more than the base game, but I think it's kind of worth with how many content is gonna be out for the free title updates. Discord not safe for extreme win. I only did that once with Kobo Care. You can always stream a Discord. I mean, yeah, true. Hi, Brecky. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh, look at that cute snake. Look at that cute snake. Look at that snoot waiting to be whooped. There. Yeah, the hand doesn't look too big now. Now is the problem of fingies. No big deal. Yeah, that was not gonna look good. I cannot do that. Whose music is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, they look chunky again. I think J10 now is too short. No, wait. Oh, is the shoulder too long? Wait, what? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god, the sun is so loud. Is the shoulder too long now? Question mark? Yeah, it is. That looks a little awkward. Honestly, I kinda like the fur here. At least it's one thing that's look good. I mean, the chest stuff here, I think it's not bad as well. I want to try to... Yeah, I'll try to merge down all of these. I pressed the wrong thing. I didn't mean to pre-process all. This one is 39k. Yeah, I think this is enough. Yeah, it helps. Nakarkos? Yeah, I want to listen to Ibushi. Oh, ooh, I forgot I cannot press 8 like that. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, oh, 150. Oh my god. Thank you, Nexus. I was honestly worried too because yesterday I did stop stream halfway, so I might have messed with a few people's watch streak at that point, so I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad it didn't mess with yours. I switched off stream for a little bit because the clone hero copyright stuff is like too strong, so I have to like switch off the stream so that I can cut off the rest of the stream afterwards. That's why I did that. And then sure enough, here, let me show you. It's the thing. Like, this is my video stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's all Dragon Force, and it's all copyright. So it's muted, right? And I didn't publish this, but it will be easier to like cut the video, like cut the VOD from the rest. So it's like, that's why I did this. It's kind of funny too, like, whoa. Boom, you see, you're not alone, prepare for war, soldiers of wasteland. I don't know why there's like multiple counts. Like multiple counts again, multiple counts. All it's always like one count, two counts, two counts, two counts. And then soldier of wasteland, three counts again. Yeah, I don't know how they count that, but it's okay. I was lurking during Clone Hero. Oh, thank you, Nexus. Hi, Tikaka. Look at that yip and the ping pong. I hope Tikaka is doing good. I wanna join. I mean, I'm a snake. I cannot yip. But I have the Tikaka yip, so it works. Hope you're doing good. Snake it. Snoot boop. I think the boop might have missed. Yeah, where is the boopin'? This snake might be part kobold. Because I love pet and poop. Very nice. I woke up early because Kat wanted wet food, and now I got rhubarb pie with ice cream and coffee. Coffee. I yearn for coffee now. I should probably order coffee, should I? Oh my god. But yeah, have the best food, Tikaka. Probably pauses the song longer than a few frames, so Twitch's copyright bot loses track of it, but adds another claim when the song continues, aka big corporate bots being trash is useful. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And seems like a viable explanation too. Yeah, it sounds about right. I mean, from this angle, the hand looks like something else. The hand looks like some sort of... It looks strangely phallic. Strangely phallic, yeah. Ooh. Oh, Xenojiva? Ooh. Ooh, Shara? Wait, I haven't heard Xenojiva in a long time. Snake might not be Kobo shaped, but still Kobo brain. Yeah, like the pretty much identical brain cells. Maybe I took care of that Kobo too much. Now I become Kobo brained. Not even gonna complain. I personally feel Xenojiva's theme is so unique. I like it. It has like the feeling, you know, Xenojiva is, you know, this huge ass dragon. This one is baby. This one is a dragon that is just hatched and is pissed and don't know what's going on, is confused and is shooting lasers. Right, so the music is like... Yeah, the music has a bit of a confusion to it, I feel like. Baby, big mood. I know, right? Big mood. It's like I'm born here, and hunters are trying to kill me. I'm so. What's going on? You know? And then I'm panicking, and then I'm just like shooting lasers. But yeah, it's so. Oh man, this dragon is so cool. Not gonna lie. I wonder if that is Safi's theme. Safi's theme is one of my favorite as well. Yeah, this one. So later we can listen to Safi Chiba's theme. Safi is a mature Xeno, so yeah. I'll be pissed to act fresh and already on the list. Yeah, because Xeno is like some sort of a alien dragon kind of thing, where if it's hatched, it's gonna cause like world destruction or something. Something even worse than Fatalis, I think, lore-wise, but I might be wrong. If I remember correctly, that's what the game says. But maybe it's not as bad as Fatalis, because Fatalis can like stomp a city in like one night. I don't know what Xenochiva is capable of, so I'm not too sure. But yeah, the music is so good. Man. It's making me want to play Monster Hunter World. It's so good. You know, I could disable the mod and play it afterwards. I totally could. But I just don't know how to disable it. It's okay, for now, let's do this one. I'm gonna try to get the hand right.
Ooh, shiny!
Shiny? Where's shiny? I can give it a tiara. Hi, Akobor. I'll hatch and raise the cute will distractor. Same, I would too. You know, we could domesticate it, right? Good morning, Akobor. Morning. I'm gonna order coffee. Give me a second. Let me get my phone. I know how to make my own. I'm so lazy. Yup, 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 yup. Maybe not. It's pouring outside. I don't think it's a good idea to order takeout or to order like food delivery. I'll skip coffee for now. You have a coffee machine? I don't. Coffee machine is kind of expensive, I feel like. Wait. Maybe they have like a cheap ones that I can buy. Coffee machine. Nespresso? $500, $600, $700, $1,000. Ooh, look at that! And then we destroy humanity while leaving the rest of the world standing with Xenochiba. I have like 3 different coffee making apparatuses. Yo, a coffee connoisseur, Tikaka. Gonna have enrichment for the little champ? Yeah. Sucks up clout cutely. What? What is subscription? What? Own a machine for just 50 ringgit? Get a brand new coffee machine before your monthly subscription is converted into Nespresso credits for you to spend. Enjoy free delivery for all your coffee orders when you sign up online. What? Oh, you Nestle? Yeah. Nestle is not good. But it's a first link that came out. Nestle is just not good. I don't like Nestle as well. About subscription, what's the catch? There is no catch. It's a scam. Buy on the machine after signing up for subscription plan? Yes, it's a scam. You can also make coffee just apart. Oh, wait, let me. I mean, we're gonna buy our own beans, right? Giselle, 家用意式咖啡机。Giselle espresso coffee milk bubble maker machine. Ooh. On or switch indicator light. Wow, I didn't know there's like a specification. Isn't that requirement at this point? G-provide bar aluminium die casting boiler. Milk frothing function to make cappuccino. Automatic pressure release protecting device. Over and overpressure protecting device. I mean, whenever I have coffee, it's not... Honestly, I can just like cook. I can always like cook the beans, like boil them, I guess. It is a way to make them. But I'm so lazy to the point that I just use like the 3-in-1 packet for coffee. I know it's very sacrilegious, but at that point, I'll take it. I just want the taste of coffee. And this is Safi. I just buy my coffee pre-grinded. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. I remember buying pre-grinded coffee as well back then, and just like boil it in a kettle or pot. That's pretty much it. It kind of works. Not too hard too. Oh yeah, and this is Safi. This is when the baby grew up. The baby will look like this. This is a grew up baby. Into a full-fledged dragon. We love Safi. Safi is like so hot. I cannot. Yeah. Beep beep beep. If you want to go on the easy way, just slap a paper filter in a sieve, slap on top coffee cup, and just pour hot water on the coffee grinds. Instant coffee is tasty too and leaves no trash. It's pretty nice. Not gonna lie, it's pretty nice. It is very bad for my diabetes though, so I'll avoid it whenever I can. I used to be really snooty about dissing instant coffee, but now that I drink less coffee, I only make some of myself. It's way easier to handle than making a whole pot that might go to waste. Oh yeah, that's very fair. I remember getting dissed on a lot when I say that I drink instant coffee, but then eventually it's be like, yeah, I mean, I get dissed, I guess. It's okay. You know, instant coffee is not that good. I get it. I get this a lot during in university years. You know, living with privileged people in the university. I know I also study in the same university, but I'm not as privileged as them. It's crazy when I talk to them sometimes, like, what the fuck? Crazy. Big baby makes Kobo parent proud. So snake on the whole mod Kobo into Tekken 8 thing, how does that work? Is there an editor somewhere? Would your stream model need to be changed, or would Tekken do the heavy lifting with creating assigning animations to correct the bones? I have zero clue. I haven't really looked into it for now, and all the questions that you asked, I have zero clue on those for now. But what I do know is it uses Unreal Engine 5. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's very limited. I need to look into this on my own before I can answer those questions. Instant coffee tastes a little different, but depending on the brand, it's not worse. Yeah, I personally enjoy the Super brand. Indoor Cafe is not bad. Fuck Nestle. I tried it once and it's kind of... Okay, sometimes I drink Nestle, just not preferable. Oh, the worst is the L.A cafe. Yeah, that one is worse because it made my body feels weird after drinking it. Super is also good. Ahmad is not bad. Yeah. Especially if one doesn't have good coffee making apparatuses, instant coffee is the handiest way. Sometimes the Nestle is the only thing available. Yeah, and that's like super unfortunate too. So unfortunate. I want to drink coffee, but not Nestle. Nestle has this weird chemical taste. I don't know if I don't know if I make sense for saying that, but it is especially on Nestle. It has that weird non-coffee or too much coffee to a point where it tastes like chemical kind of feeling to it. Nestle had this problem, and also LA coffee. This one. So this one makes my body feel weird after drinking it. Kopi ko. This one cannot. I don't want. It says special low acid formula, controlled roasting process, and selected coffee beans. This one is bad. This one, I would say, is the worst out of everything that I just mentioned. This one, and then next would be Nestle. It has that, yeah, the chemical taste is too bad. Sounds awful. It's been too long since I tasted Nestle to really say. And I think that's a good thing, yeah. Avoid Nestle whenever possible. Coffee-wise, there's a lot of other things that you can try. I would suggest, if you want a cheaper but also tastes good, this one's good. This one is very affordable. They even have like 100 packet one for only like 30 ringgit something. Yeah, 100 packet for like 30 ringgit. I think it's very affordable, and it doesn't taste too bad. It is the most sweet tasting out of all, but it doesn't taste too chemical. So this one, I think it's a good it's a good a good affordable choice, right? This one. Of course, they have like the premium stuff as well. You have like the grinded coffee. This is also good. I remember I bought this one once, and it kind of works. You know, boil it. I like it. What else do we have? We have this one. Oh yeah, this one's good. This one is pretty expensive to be honest, but this one is, I wouldn't say the best, but to me personally, could be the best. Alright, could be the best. It is it has the most coffee tasting out of all, and it doesn't taste too chemical-ish, right? I like it. This one's good. And then you have what? What is a bit of an in-between, right? If you want something better than this, but more affordable than this, Ahwat is a good, like, yeah. I like Finnish brand Kulta Katrina, and for instance, I just get some cheap little brand. Ahwat is not bad. I'm concerned about all this chemical tasting coffee. Like I'm not lying when I said like I closed it. The LA coffee is so it's so heavy on the chemicals. I feel like. Had to check the instant brand. It's Bellarom. Bellarom? Oh my god, fancy! Oh, Little UK. Oh man, the music is so good, by the way. Bellaro. Oh my god, it looks so fancy. I cannot read that. Does Tira have a base, by the way, or is she made from scratch? Tira is made from scratch. If you want the ZBrush model, I have it. If you want the after rigging Blender model, I have it. If you want textures, I have it as well. It's all on this PC. Lidl. Oh man! Oh, this one looks so fancy. Look at this. Oh, this one is like mega fancy. Look at that. I don't know, this cup, this kind of cover, plus the glass, it's so fancy. I love it. This is nice. I like it. How much would this cost? Oh. Lidl. No, I don't want Teostra. Oh, the Guanzo Rumu? Nice. Cause a glass jar, I can reuse it for so many things or recycle it. Oh yeah. I got some instant coffee a few days ago, wanted to try it now. It's also one of these glass jars. Whoa. Oh, Nexus don't drink coffee? It costs like €4, I think. It sounds about right. Colombian coffee. Blonde roast coffee pods. Ground coffee. Classic roast. These are all in euro, right? I mean, it would be unfair for me to like translate this to ringgit, but I'm just kinda curious. Come on. Oh, it's 16 ringgit. It's 17? Sounds about right, yeah. I usually drink tea, but I wanted to try some coffee. I figured I'd try how bad good instant coffee is. Nice! I also like tea. I drink tea sometimes. I usually mix it with lemon. Iced lemon tea. It's really nice. You know, you start to get old when you think more of not the taste of the thing, but the packaging it comes to use it again. Are you saying I'm old, Jade? I think about those stuff as well. No, I'm old. I pay extra just to get the cool jar. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Cool jar, something like this, you could reuse them. It's pretty nice. Right? I think most people feel that way. For the extra cool jar that we can hold things. I heard tea. Hi Ryuki. Teh limau ice. Teh ice limau. Teh limau ice is my go-to in KL. Apparently lemon is very rare in KL for some reason. They only have like iced lemon tea in like a more established place, sad to say. But hi Ryuki. Been using the same coffee jar for like 5 years now. My house has like a whole container storage where we just use the same container over and over again because it's so good. Always think about recycling and reusing stuff is satisfying. Yes. And the coffee jar comes with an airtight lid, so I use them for cat food. Way easier to use than the plastic bag the dry food comes in. Yeah, like once we open out the bag, we have to keep them dry. It's like so hard. Lemon is like fancy. Limau katsuri, it's more warung style, I assume. Yeah, I think that's fair. It sounds about right. Yeah. But I guess I'm quite lucky because in Miri, lemon is not like fancy. Everywhere has lemon. Everywhere you go. But what's funny? There is no limau. Unless you order Sansuan Bang, then you get limau. if you order like if you want their own limau ice, they will give you iced lemon tea. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Finland also made recycling coffee packaging into almost a national sport. National sport? Almost all filter coffee comes in a foil plastic packaging, and we make bags and baskets out of them. None there? No. There is no Teh O Limau ice. You go to like Mamak store, you order Teh O Limau ice, they might give you lemon, like iced lemon tea instead. It's kind of funny. I won't survive if you come over. Lemon is also good, man. All the coffee. Oh, man, look at Guanzhou Rumu. Like, this is the reason why I love Monster Hunter so much, man. All the dragons, well, almost all the dragons are so hot looking. Look at that. I could let this dragon destroy me and I wouldn't even say a thing. I went to a few fancy mamak and then when I asked for teh or ice limau, they gave lemon. I was for real stunned. If you want to see finished coffee package bags, it's the easiest route to look for is Kavi Kasi. Literally coffee bag. Oh, let me try searching up. I can link some. Oh, I have link blocked. It's okay, I can search for some. Thank you, Tikaka. All the dragons fuckable. I want dragons to fuck me instead. Too much? Probably. Woo! Kavikasi. Why are they made of? They are made of coffee packagings? That is insane. Oh, that's amazing though. Holy shit. Oh my god, blast them. I'm half dragon, that counts? Yeah. Yeah, wink wonk. Those feats what I crave for. I don't understand why they said that in melatonin. Why not both snake? But I'm a sub. I'm very sub though. It's almost blasphemous infinite to throw coffee wrappers in the trash. Oh! Oh shit, I mean, I do that all the time though. Uh-oh. But I guess this is more of a Finland thing. These are all so cool though. Dragons be fuckable and you be fuckable to them? Yeah. Yeah. The grandmas won't get you? I would definitely keep that in mind when I travel. I'm gonna put up the sign warning Dawn Cross dragon mating area. You know, people don't read sometimes. Kobold cannot read, especially this. I mean, I'm a snake, but Tira doesn't know how to read. I don't know how to read. If I see a dragon, I'll probably just run there anyway. I might as well just be a kobold at this point. But no, I'm a snake. They're super handy, they can tolerate high heat and are super sturdy. Best specs to transport like oven tray full of food in. Holy shit, how... That is amazing. More players should do this. This is 2012. I have a bag like this. Brekkie has a bag like this? That's nice. It's cool. Ture Mudira? Oh, G6. Oh, okay. Oh, White Fatality's team is like the best. Ture Dragon Tails? I'm gonna bite them to get their attention. I think I saw my Scottish auntie have a few of these and it looks beautiful. It is beautiful in their own way. I very agree on that. As you can see, it can vary wildly depending on how you fold the packagings. Some have really cool pictures. Yeah. And they look sturdy enough. Haven't fight Fatalis yet. At the behemoth it was chaotic. Oh, this is Fight Fatalis from Frontier. It's different. Like I could, ooh, you know, I could just open up Frontier right now and just play it a little bit and show you where I'm at. There's like Zenith's quest and shit. Like there's like a bird that can make you sleep and then make the dream eat you so that you die instantly. Yeah. So that the dragon punish you? Yeah. I hear White Fatalis music? Yeah. I'm listening to Frontier music. And this is Ultimate White Fatalis. Speaking of Frontier, so WoW's mechanics? Yes! Frontier fans are eating! It's so good. Especially Gunlands. Gunlands has a lot of like Frontier stuff. And Longsword doesn't really have a lot of Frontier stuff, but it's just made cooler. Lance is like I can poke 6 times now. Attention, do cross dragon mating area ahead. I guess kobolds were really like that, yeah. At least this, not this particular kobold. My kobold would be that. I'll be like that too. I think this might be too long. I cannot wait for like the second phase of, like, someone should bring Ultimate White Fatalis back. The music is insane and the fight is insane, I'm telling you. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I've been stared at with 1,000 gems. Thank you, Whoa. I will get these gems to Tiara. Thank you. Oh my god. Send you a DM about the Tekken mod snake. Okay. Give me a second. Whoa, holy shit. He can do that? I don't know if my model will be like good enough though. Hopefully it's not too bad. I need to okay. Then I need to like update my model real quick. Actually, I should do that now. Let me fix like a few things that I know what's going on. To resume back Monster Hunter World? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Ultimate White Fatalis. The chills, man. The chills that it sends down my spine when I hear this music. It's like God is mad and it's because of you. That's White Fatalis. Like, what the fuck? It's so good. So in Frontier they have like okay, so speaking of earplugs, you have weak raw, medium, and huge raw, right? In Frontier they have ultra, okay, they have ultra tremor, ultra roar, and ultra wind pressure. So what does that mean? Ultra roar is you cannot roll that, you have to eat it. Right, you have to eat the ultra roar. So it will render you. It will make you roll on the ground, covering your ears. That's ultra roll. Ultra tremor. Ultra tremor will bounce you from the floor. Right, that will bounce you from the floor, and yeah, you cannot move for a bit. Ultra tremor is not that bad. Ultra wind pressure literally blows you the whole map away. So yeah, it's just cool. Hi, Hung Shepherd, go. Oh yeah, I changed name a long time ago. I changed myself to a kobold now. Hi, Hunk. Been a while. I have silently changed the name.
AWH. Tyra got eaten by a snack. Vic C. despair.
No, Tira is just somewhere else. What? Eat metal. I know this character, I know this voice.
Somewhere else like the snake's belly. You can tell it's as big as Bulba belly.
No, Evie, I didn't eat Tira. Hello, metal. Yep. Oh, Borderlands! How was Borderlands? Hopefully it was fun. Welcome in, welcome in. Is this Disu Firoa? Oh, it's Crimson Fatalis. Okay. Chilling between snake tits off camera. Hey, you guys don't know that. Just taking a nap on top of the snake's tail. Yeah. Borderlands 1 was broken, unplayable, so I had to swap to other. Oh, that sounds terrible, I'm sorry. But still, I hope the other Borderlands is, you know, more fun and not too broken. Thanks for the raid again. I forgot to say, welcome in raiders. I'm Stixtia. I'm a snake. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Mondays. Welcome. Thanks for the raid again. I need to find the file I have. Is it the Uwu newest? What's new? What's going on? Could I miss a lot? What's new? I'm now trans, and I'm more of a kobold now than a cryptid. I think that's pretty much it. And I've been streaming still the same. Sorry for being always slow. No, don't be sorry. It's okay. Sent you another DM. Okay. Oh. Let me check. There, okay. Here's a pretty kobo. Wing. Wing. So happy for you, Bean. I also had to coming out as gender neutral, so heck yeah. And B? Oh, heck yeah. Oh my god, happy for you too. And the hugs. Happy for you too. Is this the one? Oh, this is the mate one. A broken texture because it's gone. This is rendering. Oh, is it all? Do I all have like? Why am I doing the matrix stuff here? Is this the start of matrix? Okay, it is. So from this one. There, okay. DP, sorry for the accident, the misnaming. So, no, it's okay. Don't worry, don't worry. It happens. As long as it's not of ill will, then it's all good. Don't worry. And I totally understand too. Heck yeah, fellow NBs. NBs are wonderful. I want to be sure it was here since I didn't know. Yes, yeah, I totally understand, don't worry. But thanks for confirming too. Huh. So a few problems with this one is the tail. Yeah, that. Oh. Oh, that's how I did it. Wait. Then if I just choose this one. There should be like a point where I can just like paint it. Yeah, there we go.
I suppose the snake's belly is warm and cozy. As long as Tylra is safe, I'm sure it's all fine.
I didn't eat kobo. No, I didn't eat kobo. And Tiara is just jumping around the cave, I guess. Kobo is fine, Evie.
Snitties.
Schnitties. Schnitties. Yeah, this one's a little tough. How would that do that, though? Is it following something else? Or is it just not following anything? There's so much evidence that Snake ate Kobo. No, there's no evidence about that. What do you mean? I didn't eat Kobo. I take care of them. Puppy needs out? Okay. Is my Seema getting a job interview with Dragon? Yeah. I'm with Seema. Another adorable Kobo. Who is a servant. God, I love Seema though. It's so adorable. Do I have to paint this one as Anne, maybe? Okay, how about this? I have an idea. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna paint all of these here. Alright. Until this part. That's weird. Was fun to make? I'm sure Stringer takes interns too. Oh, I want to learn how to be a proper dragon servant. Well, not me, but Tira. Was Azurion? Shit, I never really fought Azurion before. This might fix it? Looks clean. I mean, this one doesn't look clean, but no more broken tail physics at least. I like this one. I might need to... I mean, to fix this one, I'll have to remake all of the FBX files and shit. It doesn't hurt, right? I mean, yeah, it doesn't hurt. What I think is that this bone I might need to get rid of. Tira on her job orientation. Just waggling like that. Man, that's cheating though. That is so cheating. Actually, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna kill Limber? Yeah. It's the important stuff that Kobo must keep. Is it this one? Yeah. Small brick. Why you guys look at look at tail. Look at tail. When I'll be right back. I also gonna drink. Thank you, Tikaka. Also, not to mention that Frontier music are all like more explosive and more crazier. Hi, Defint. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Remember to take care of yourselves. Oh, get that thigh? Hi, Roxas. I'm gonna get that thigh, yeah. Okay. I mean, good timing, right? Here, let me do this real quick. I need space. Okay. Let me do this real quick.
Not.
Oh. Ow. Oh, hi, Tiger. This is strange. There's a snake where a kobo once was. Kobo went out and played because kobo doesn't want to do art. Ooh. Oh, you get another get that die. And you do 2 sets? Okay. Also, hi Tiger. Hope you're doing good. There goes Snake. Snake is very scared of ragdolling. Oh wow. Oh. Okay, gonna do another set. That hood is also oddly mesmerizing too. Yeah. It's intentional. And yeah, look at that. The hypnosis. It works. Okay, let me do this. Ooh. Oh yeah. I need to catch my breath. Oh, Ravi and Ten, no wonder it's so intense. Okay, I want to redo this one a little bit. That does mean a whole lot of re-importing and stuff. Oh, okay. Kind of want to just ignore this bone. Or maybe just like... Oh my god. Just remove the bone, I guess. This one. Indeed. Hey. What? Hi, Fluffy. I need to drink some water. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Okay. Oh, it's gonna do that. I can subtract them out, right? So let's say if I have this. It's gonna be a lot of trouble if I do this. Because here and everything, let's see, it's gonna be like all like messed up. Oh, these two is too close. Yeah. I bet I could do this and then just like try to remove it afterwards. Like this? No. This? No. Subtract. Man, do I really have to do this? I'm struggling thinking if I want to do this or not. Because if I do that particular way of painting, it's gonna be very F. I love how the boobs have their own bones, by the way. Yeah. If you wanna have jiggle physics, you need they need to have their own bone. I'm putting it as one bone only, so to preserve memory. But then again, more than 3 bones is sort of unnecessary. Got food? Nice. What did you get for food? Oven pork and mashed potato? Nice. Mashed potato. Mashed potato sounds good, honestly. I want a good mashed potato. Speaking of, it's not raining anymore. Time to get coffee. Free delivery on 20 ringgit above and 7 ringgit off? If it's 20 ringgit above of order? Oh my god. Lewd? What do you mean lewd, Roxas? I didn't do or say anything lewd. What if they have coffee? Oh, but if it's coffee, I cannot drink it at night time. It's a bit of a problem. When I drink coffee, I will not be able to sleep, so it does kind of help in some cases. I always start off my morning with a coffee. It helps. It definitely helps. I guess I can go for like a fruit tea, question mark? Headman iced coffee. Headman iced coffee? I'm very curious. Is there only one size? Oh crap. And if I'm just ordering food? I'm just ordering food when I'm streaming. Hell yeah, this is maximum professionalism. You don't see it anywhere, right? You don't see it anywhere like this. Này cay. No. Me and my friends have the concept of caffeine nap, which is the immediate drowsiness that comes after a cup of coffee. Whoa. Just little ADHD things. Whoa. I mean, I know I'll be very sleepy after eating a lot, but I don't know about the drowsiness that comes after a cup of coffee. Winter melon lemon? I mean, I've been loving winter melon juice. Winter melon lemon doesn't sound too bad. Winter melon lemon? Yeah, winter melon lemon. Yeah, winter melon lemon. Said it 10 times, my tongue hurts. Winter melon lemon. Apply a voucher. I need 30 ringgit order to get 7 ringgit off. Oh crap. I mean, I could do that. Done. And ordered. I got food. Yeah. Now just gonna wait for it to arrive. In the meantime, I can continue doing this. Apparently it's common with ADHD that you get sleepy after coffee because your brain needs for stimulation is momentarily sated so it can chill. Oh. Maybe I thought of ADHD then? I don't feel sleepy when I drink after I drink coffee. This one should be a lot easier now. Salo EP. Oh my god, Salo is loafing? I mean, it's not exactly loafing, but Salo's a bread. Oh, Salo is so cute. This. It's not a 100% thing and not always consistent. Ah, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I should subtract it. Like this. Actually, no. Subtract it entirely. So that I can add it. Wait, that sounds familiar. Oh, it's Massacre Demon Diablos. Of course. hi, Mythical Mira. Welcome. No, what? Why did that quote come out now? Hello, welcome in Raiders. Power Wash Simulator? Ooh. Sounds good. Yeah. Hopefully it was taking fun. LV on Vered. Hi. I found these ones. Unfortunately, Mira be sick, so she needs a rest. Ah, I see. Okay. Have a good rest. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate. Take care of yourself.
Hello, and welcome.
Blue Bengal? Thank you. Welcome. I'm a snake today, but usually I'm a kobo. Like this one. But when I do art, kobo doesn't like it, so I'm here. Robbie Freak, hi. Sorry, hello, I'm going to have to raid and run. I've been taking my meds for 2 weeks and just started again feeling incredibly ill. I'm gonna go for oh god. Yeah, please take care of yourself, it's okay. I do appreciate the raid. But yeah, take care of yourself, it's very important, okay? Also, hi, Rugby Freak.
And welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Take care of yourself. Be careful. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That looks weird. Ah. I think I can smooth this one out. Yeah, that looks okay. I'm redoing the tail. Bully. I guess it shouldn't be like this. Oh my god, it's Kuftarov, the best dragon in any game. Well, I said that to all the dragons, but... Might be a bit too much. Yeah, something like this. God, Kutorov is so cool! Did you know that I love Kutorovs a lot? Kutorov is the best. Oh, by the way, this is Kutorov, the Golden Queen Dragon. Why is it so blurry though? It's only 720p, what do you mean? God, yeah, Kutaro looks the best. Jeez. I know! This is actually smooth as fuck. Like, it's just this part because it messes with, like, the back. But the rest looks actually okay. You said blank looks the best to every dragon? No, I didn't. Nuh-uh. Didn't happen. Not real. I mean, it did happen, I guess, because every dragon is the best dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess the tail should be able to work now. I mean, it was already working, just a little bit jank. We have a problem here. Well, obviously we have a problem here. This is... Wait, did the entire horn just... gone? Oh, that's weird. Did I not have auto normalize on? I do! What the fuck? Which bone are you following? Oh no. Okay, you know what? I know how to fix this. It's following something else. Wait, why would you go there? Concerned? I am extremely concerned. What is this? Oh no. No, go back. How about this? Yeah, that too. Why did that even happen? Alright, which bone is controlling that shit? I see. Now, how did it get there? I really don't know. So many Okay. Here, numbers. Snake is EP. Have a great night. Okay. Have a good EP, Snake. Have the best EP. Look at that snake. It's so boopable. That snoot is so boopable. I mean, sure, there's some jank here. But at least the head doesn't look bad now. It's just, why is the head not controlling every single head possible? What is controlling the head? Cannot eat if I'm booped. I'll make it boop. But boop make me feel safe. I think it's a mistake. Like the head should be controlling everything on top, other than the ear. Why? Why? Okay, wait. Let me try this. I move the head. This is what I get. Alright. Why? What happened? Who's controlling the head? You're not even controlling the ear anymore. What the heck? Is the tail gonna cause them much trouble? I mean, that tail pose looks really good, by the way. Okay, what if static? If I paint over... Okay, I mean, it's not gonna cause too much trouble. I'm just gonna paint over real quick, thank you very much. There's no mirror? What the fuck, is the mirror not working? I don't know why there's so many troubles here. At least Kultarov's music is good. Because Kultarov is very hot. Oh, are we at the part already? Are we at the part where I'm getting unhinged? It's only 3 hours in, I'm already feeling unhinged, huh? Oh my god. Chat, everyone, guys. I'm gonna play Monster Hunter World afterwards. And I'm gonna try to disable the mods, so hopefully nothing bad happens. Oh, Jesus. It's a lot louder than...
Baby! That's what I've been waiting for! That's what it's all about!
Tile rack shook.
Shook! Oh my god, it's Salazar! Thank you, wow. We love Salazar. I should make one for lavender as well. Just because it's lavender. Which is absolutely stolen. I'm not even gonna like blame Powered for that. Why? Because I get another lizard. I get another hot looking lizard, so why would I even want to complain? You know the meme where there's like an artist is like, oh, their cake is better than me. Their cake is better than mine, and then the audience is just like, oh hell yeah, 2 cakes. That's me right now. Oh hell yeah, 2 cakes. It's Senator and Lavender. Actually, I think that meme is quite significant too. Yeah. Like, it's a meme, but it also quite it is also quite like it's kind of the truth, you know. Like the audience don't know much about like details and stuff, but they see 2 cakes, they'll be like, hell yeah, 2 cakes. Lizard cake? I call dips, they're my cake. Oh, is this Shantian? I just realized. Oh my god, it's Shantian! Look at that! Oh, best dragon. Sorry, did I just say best dragon? Yeah, best dragon. Yeah, Shantian! So good. Majestic third. Lizard cake. Neuron activation. Lizard cake. That looks so dirty. I need to clean it up. Anytime now. My food is almost here. Give me a second. Yep, yep. Food. Food. Drink. Drink and food. Oh god, it smells so good. Alright, let's do this real quick. I should eat something first. So I brought food because it needs like 30 ringgit of order. So why not order some food as well, you know? Oh my god, it's piping hot! Oh shit! Oh god damn! Oh, that's impressive. Hmm. I actually love that emote. The versatility of that emote is it's pretty good. I think the funniest one when people use that emote is when 4 is mentioned. Yeah, I saw that a few times when 4 is mentioned. Like, oh, hey, wow. And eating breaks too? Oh my god, hell yeah. You know, sometimes I really want to hang out at Nexus's stream as much, but I just can't because whenever Nexus streams it's like 4 AM. It's like, no. So you guys will hang out at Nexus's channel for me. Hey. Yeah. Because Nexus is a nice bean. And a cute dragon too. Victorial? Isn't Victorial like the... Why is it again? You build things over there? Like... You build automate or like streamline creating things to sell, question mark? Or is it something else? I know I know it probably has a lot of conveyor belts involved. I will probably go back to some earlier times when summer is over. I'll look forward to that. But of course, don't like, you know, if you're comfortable with the schedule that you have currently, I don't, you know, there's no need to like alter it or change it just because of me. I will definitely hang out at your stream if I can, because 100%. It is such a vibe, honestly. So yeah. Why are you like this? Victoria is a game where you build factories. You become, you basically automate stuff until you can launch a rocket. Oh, what? Ooh, I guess I wasn't too far off. A wild question, probably, but is there any other game where you can, I'm in a building mood actually. Is there any game you can build your own things and then use your own thing to, let's say, kill something, or just build your own vehicle and drive? Question mark? Is there games like that? I kind of want to build things like some very simple building stuff that allows me to like watch my creation go alive, something like that. I have a streamer like that. He starts streaming and when it's 2 a.m. for me, so if I really want to watch one of these streams, I have to deprive myself of sleep. Okay, I've been doing that as well because I just found out Laveau streams, and Laveau streams at 1 a.m. my time. And I was like, no. Every time Laveau is like, oh hi, how are you doing? I'm sleepy, but I want to hang out. And so Laveau is such a vibe, honestly. He has the very nice energy. I like that. There are plenty such games. Oh, Banjo Kazooie? Nuts and Bolts? I mean, Nuts and Bolts sounds like a driving game. But I don't know what that is. Is it on Steam? Maybe Laveau streams at 4 a.m. See, Nexus streams at 4 a.m. for me as well. But at least I can hang out at Laveau stream for a little bit before I go to sleep. God, Laveau has such good energy as well. His laugh is, yeah, I love it. Probably because that he's a dragon, but you know, maybe. But genuinely though, he has good vibes. And Terra Tech Worlds might be a good fit. Okay, I should search for Banjo Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Ooh. Soundfall 7? Celeste. Ooh. Cassette Beats? Cassette Beast? Ooh. Terra Tech World. Okay, Terra Tech World. Terra Tech World. 69 ringgit. Nice. Open world build-craft adventure game set on an uncharted alien world. Play solo with friends, explore your surroundings, craft unique vehicles, construct automated bases, battle virtual hazards and enemies to harness the power of your environment. It's mixed though. I don't know why. Good. Bad. I already don't want to play again. Somebody's Terra Tech, just buy the Terra Tech one. It's 100 times better than this. Okay. If you explain the same okay, it's because Terra Tech 1 is better again. Con, water, terrible balancing, horrendous building mode, bugs. Bugs in the game is always like the fun part of the original game. Okay, so Terra Tech 1 is better again. So all these bad comments, it's because of the first game is better. I don't trust that sometimes. Oh, there's so many Terra Tech. This one, right? They might be mentioning this one. Terra Tech. Open world sandbox adventure game where you design and build your own creations through a mix of crafting, combat, and discovery. Design vehicles from a huge library of blocks, scavenge, craft, and buy new parts to survive and become the ultimate planetary prospector. Oh wow. Oh, you really just build your own things. Okay, and then we have... There is also... besieged? Besieged. For a more level-based approach in the game I'm blanking on. Oh! One of the worst candidates if we're completely fair. Oh, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts? Worst can... Oh, it's a bad game? Let me check. Besieged. See... Oh, there it is. Overwhelmingly positive. Physics building game about constructing mechanical machines to annihilate armies, obliterate castles and overcome challenging obstacles, conquer the campaign or skirmish with friends in multiplayer. Oh, you build catapults and kill things? Oh, vehicles. Oh, look at that. Oh, I mean, that's kinda cool. That's the building. You can build on level. You can also drive. That looks kinda cool. I'm adding this to my wish list. Oh, did my camera just stop working? Yeah, I think my camera just stopped working somehow. Why though? Give me a second. Is it too dark? It's too bright? No, it doesn't want to move at all. Oh, how we... Oh! Oh, no, I'm back. Okay. There's also a free, more driving-focused game came out recently called Screwdrivers. I think I saw Ixon play that, right? Oh my god, it's free! Crazy physics and high-speed races. Craft vehicles cleverly by combining building blocks and mechanical parts to create powerful drivetrains. Unlock new parts, race for the gold, and challenge your friends in multiplayer. Oh my god, add to library. Play game? Are you just gonna like open up the game immediately afterwards? Nuts and Bolts doesn't know if it wants to be a vehicle-focused game or a collectathon 3D platformer, so it does both jobs kinda badly. Although people have said that the builder inside the game is quite robust, and good luck building something that feels good to drive outside of the test area. Oh, it's the conundrum, like, if I want to do this or if I want to do that, but instead do both things at once and fail miserably, that kind of situation. I've been there. That's unfortunate. Terry Bogard in Street Fighter 6? Scum. Technical breach wizard? What the fuck? Okay. What? Is that all the music that we have? From the medley? There's more. There's way more though. Now it's only jazzing. I guess we're jazzing. Okay. Okay. I mean, why not, right? Why did it move so far in? Oh, is it because of smooth that it just like destroys everything? Let me check. Yeah, I think it kinda does. I think I know what's up. Okay, so problem. Alright. After smoothing, this happens. This part already has weight, but it's already full on red. That means this bone controls this part 100%. So where did this extra part go? Because 100% is the maximum already, and then there's like more 20%. So I don't know where it went. Maybe that's why the smooth just like destroys everything sometimes. Where did it go? Did you win the tail again? Did you win to one of the tail again? I mean, that would be kind of funny. But I hate it. No? Hands? Fingies? No? I don't trust you. Yeah, something's missing here. Food. Wait, painting is weird? Yeah. I mean, it can be made easy. Alright, it's just this particular model, because the curved horn and all the fluff in tight spaces makes this a lot harder. Just casually breaking my head for this. Are you? What are you? Are you the fur pile? You might be. Yeah, you are. Why are you? God damn it. Yeah, that's why. Alright, I'm gonna add it just. Why is it like I'm doing a surgery? This is the jazziest surgery I ever done. Oh my god. Imagine you're in the surgery room and the first thing you hear is a fucking jazz going on in the background. It's like, oh no, what's gonna happen to me, doctor? I don't know. We're jazzing. You like smooth jazz? Hell yeah, I do. Oh my god. This is painful. Actually, I think I might just need to not do this. I have an idea. Just don't. Oh, completely unrelated, but recently I've been watching a lot of like police body cam videos. I don't know why they got my attention, and it's like, ooh, hey, dumb people doing dumb shit, and then they got arrested for it. It's like, it's kind of funny. Retro? Oh my god, everyone's dead. Mayest thou die thou. It has to be Dark. Yeah, it has to be Dark Souls. I was very confused because at first I don't know what these like mayest thou do or something like that. I don't know what they mean exactly.
What happens if I give you this?
I'll give it to Tira. I'll give it to my kobo. Hi, Droxus. Thanks for the gem. I like gems, but I'm gonna give it to Tira anyway. In the surgery room, what are you going to do to me? Ever heard of protogens? Why? What's with protogens? I mean, protogens are pretty cute, not gonna lie. Especially sometimes when people can be very creative with the visor. It's like, ooh, hey, they can run Doom on it. It's like, holy shit. And then it's like the first thing people do is like, does your protogen run Doom? Hope you're doing good, Draxus. I mean, I'm not controlling the ear fluff, am I? So why am I using 2 bones on it? I could save 1 bone. I don't need 2 bones. I'm not controlling the ear fluff. Yeah, I'm... Why am I being a dumbass? Mega Deletus, thank you very much. Bang. Ooh, thanks for the head and boop. You were supposed to imply that the person getting the surgery is about to be turned into a toaster? I mean, I'll take it, fuck yeah. Better than human. I can become a toaster. I can play Doom on myself. Not everyone can say that. Not everyone can say when they look at the mirror, it's like, I can play Doom on that. Yeah, it's a special thing that protogens can do. Toasted oven. Right? Oh, hi Fire Jackal. Thanks for the head pet. Okay, what am I have to do again? This one. Yeah, just control everything here. You can play all Doom on 99% of everything. Yeah. That's what's wild about it. I love how when people look at one thing, and then the first thing that comes to mind is like, can I play Doom on that? It's always so funny to me. It's like, can I play Doom on that? Like, ooh. I think I've seen some refrigerator playing Doom, calculators playing Doom. And then what else do we have? What is the most outrageous thing you've heard that can run Doom? I'm just gonna give you love. Of course, thank you. And I appreciate. Soon's going to be 100% at this point. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. When I play Doom on a potato. On a potato? I mean, potato can have 1.1 volt. Maybe it's possible. Pregnancy test if I... What the fuck? On a pregnancy test, I can play Doom! Yeah, that is outrageous. And sorry to say, funny. Oh, I should be laughing at like, you know, pregnancy test being able to play Doom, but I couldn't control myself. So I will apologize. I'm sorry if that seems insensitive. My god, it's so wild. Yeah, just letting one bone to control everything is way easier. Wasn't that one just external computer wired to it? I think the pregnancy test wasn't real though. Sounded funny though. Oh, yeah, it would have been funny. I mean, it's a display, so it would make sense to be fair. It does have a screen. If there's a screen, there's a chance that it might be able to run Doom. Oh wait, that's bad. Since when I did this? Okay. Since I painted on the eye, maybe too much radius. I've seen a YouTube video of someone playing Dark Souls on the ground. Like, with a projector or just like ground with nothing? How do the ground is on the screen though? Or am I missing something? I have to find it again if you want the link. I mean, I would be kinda, I'm kinda curious about it. Hmm? Is the construction work out there? That might have been everything. Have we do it again? Oh god, I thought... Don't you... Do you not... Do you not mirror? Oh, okay, I'll do it again. I mean, not that I have a choice anyway. At some point, I suggested to a protogen that instead of all this messy VR headset stuff, that you could just play VR channel himself. He wasn't thrilled by that. No idea why. I mean, yeah, the BSOD is like, definitely. Unless that protogen is like... Titan? They the Titan graphic card, then probably. I don't know. Okay, so that's the eye. Let's not mess with that. This is kind of painful to do, but I feel like it's the only way that I can do it. It's kind of funny how I went from doing Jade's model into suddenly fixing my own model. Sorry, Jade. I found it. Oh, you want me to skip the part or watch the full thing? You could put it into video sharing and I can give it a watch afterwards. Or if you are not in the Discord, that is. Well, what's the video about actually? I mean, is the video about can you run Doom on the Dark Souls? Question mark? Can you run Doom on Dark Souls? Oh my god. Alright, thanks. You can tell me when you read the rules because everything I do is like very manual. Okay, is that everything? I sure hope so. Man, I forgot how painful weight painting can be. I think that's everything. You can run Pac-Man in Pokemon Red / Blue. Pac-Man in Pokemon Red Blue? Impressive. Nintendo will not be happy about it. Oh, right, Pokemon is Nintendo stuff. Yeah, Nintendo will not be happy about it. They aren't happy about anything the fans do. Yeah, you're not far off. Like, Nintendo is on good games, but sometimes they're weird. I didn't tell you to spin. Why are you spinning? You're on move mode. What? Why are you spinning? You're on move mode. Oh, it's controlling a little bit of the horn. Where did I put the video again? Video sharing. John's face is always so expressive. I mean, the ear is not gonna move that much, so I think it's gonna be okay. I just need to fix this. Hiya. What the? Why? What happened? Done. Thank you. People still defend them. Hardcore fans, I guess. Master out exploiting nostalgia. Yeah. How to ruin your car? Is that a video about playing Dark Souls on the ground? Or are you saying just doing Dark Souls dodge roll on the ground? I think this might be okay weight pain. Let me try the postmodern shit. Oh, this one is clean. The other one is not. This one. You told me? Hmm. Oh. 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 Hi. Oh my god, it's Dragon. I'm not a kobo, but I'm kobo brain. Hi, welcome Raiders. Hi Nova. Hi Jason. Hi Epic. White Fox, nice. Raid, welcome. I'm Styx here. I'm a snake for now. When I do art, I'm a snake. Usually I'm a kobold. Usually I'm usually I'm this kobold. Yeah, don't ask why she's looking out like that, but yeah. This is what we need to do when we do weight painting. We need to get some weird ass poses, okay? Hi, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Also, I forgot, did I introduce myself? I'm Stixia, I'm a snake. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons to bits, and I do art on some Mondays, like today. So yeah. Hope you are doing good. Thanks for the raid, Nova. Here, let me do this. What were you playing? What were you playing? Are you playing VR chat? You are? I saw some of your VR chat bots. Hopefully it was fun. But of course, if you need to take care of yourself with the, you know, post-stream care, very important stuff. Alright? Thanks for waiting again. Tara stargazing. Yeah, she totally is. I mean, just yeah. Love that. Actually, just enable that. Why not? I don't think it's too. I guess it's kind of fine. Yeah, it looks fine actually. Okay, where's what I want to try? I mean, this one is like controls everything. Front flip, double front flip. Ah, apa ni? Looks like it's the eye? Question mark? I might have messed up the eye. Okay. Yeah, it is the eye. If she was a leopard gecko, that would be bad. Why? Is it like a bad behavior from leopard gecko? What is that? Oh, that's the ear. Oh. Camera. It's actually not the eye? It has to be eye, right? This is painful. This is not. So here's like ear part already, and then this one spike there. Yeah. Okay, nothing's missing. do this? Oh. I don't think that's supposed to happen. But I do love that I can do that to the tail now. Now that I know how median point works and shit. Oh, oops. I think it's kind of cool. And also to test out the tail rig, it's kind of fine. This part is especially fine because it's very smooth. This part here is very hard to do because it just mess up every time. It's too close to the body. I cannot use the smooth tactic. It just causes problem every time. The music's kind of loud here. I mean, I guess close enough. I mean, of course, you still have like the booba bone, the most important stuff. Huh? I can even extend booba if I want, but no. But yeah, I think weight painting wise, looking good. That's a fix and a half. Oh my god, I finally fixed the goddamn bone. Hehe. Why am I like this? For leopard geckos, stargazing is an unnatural behavior born from genetic corruption. It forces them to look straight out for prolonged periods of time, which their necks are unable for, so long term they end up making their neck always hurt through something they can't control. No, wait, that's so sad. But not the leopard geckos. Aww. Yeah, that's just sad. I mean, texture-wise, there's nothing that I need to change. But one thing I do need to change is the tongue color. It's similar to the paw color. So I guess man, to put Cobalt into Reina would be kind of funny, but I do want to do that. I want the Cobalt to do electrics and then just go like Soria. I might need to be more professional with my naming sense, don't I? I cannot just be like I with AYE, body with BODI. Oh, that's all the music. Okay, what do I want to listen to? Ooh, maybe some Tekken 8 music? Tekken? You can start from this one. So I guess now I can export this? I don't think I'm missing anything. I hope I'm not anyway. I think this should be fine. I need to open out Unity. Oh. Wait, maybe I don't need to open out Unity. Because they only need the FBX file, so I could export this to an FBX along with armature and the shape keys and Vismus and bones. Texture is separate though. Should be fine. Yeah, let me export this as FBX. Selecting objects. Yeah. The newest kobo. The newest kobo with no bone problem now. Real. Real. You know, I could show you a leopard gecko vid which makes you feel disgusted and sad at the same time. I don't want to watch something like that. If a video makes me feel disgusted and sad, I will avoid it at all costs. Not for me. I don't want. I watch the internet to be happy, not to make me feel sad and disgusted. I mean, I open up Twitter to look at dragon posts to make me feel happier. Like I'm doing now. Why am I doing that now? I don't know. Look, dragon good. I like dragon. Even though I'm a snake, I still love dragon. And kobolds. I have a post. Wait, let me share to Discord. Professionalism at its finest. Browsing Twitter while I'm doing art. Hell yeah. Look at those little baby dragon. Oh my god. Here, let me show you. So small. Baby dragon. They're so cute though. Oh my god. They're snuggling on a blankie. I love them so much with all my heart. Oh my god. Oh. I saw this, I was like, immediately I have to share this. It's too cute. Okay, I have the FBX. I guess I have to check it? 2022... I have to use Hub for this. I hate Unity Hub. But I know Tekken 8 uses Unreal Engine, so probably someday I'm gonna try to look at it. Do I not Did I change password? Password or email is incorrect, so I guess I didn't change it. Okay, there we go. But just for the record, it would have been about a neglected gecko getting a ton of gunk removed from its eyes. From what the comments under the video say they recovered nicely though, and even recovered their eyesight partially. Oh, that's nice. So it's not about a gecko suffering because of the stargazing situation. It's people taking care of a neglected leopard gecko. God, that poor gecko though. Also, hey, look at that latex kobo. But that was 3 months ago. I'm actually trying to make this, but not too sure how yet. Anyway, new project. Hello, this is the newest kobo. Thank you. Okay. Trading. Yeah. Alright, it's gonna take like 10 years to load. I'm gonna eat some popcorn. I ordered chicken popcorn. Will latex kobo be like this? Probably. I mean, I kind of want to make just the kobo wearing like a latex stuff. That's pretty much it. And possibly add a collar as well because collars are cute. Yeah. Ooh, I need to bump this one up a little bit. Oh yeah. I'm playing Battle Cat while I'm waiting for this. So no latex beast version of Kobo, got it? I was actually... Oh yeah, one more thing I guess. I was thinking of making... You know, the kinkiest side of things, right? The kinkiest side of things is that... Kobold is like the corruption ghoul kind of thing. And I think that's kind of fun, because I do love a bit of a ghoul stuff. And also... Now the other one I'm not gonna mention it because it might be a little bit too much for, might be a little bit too much for Twitch. I don't know. But I think that might be close to being a latex beast. Oh my god, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Oh my god. Mythical Titan Cat, nice. I have a few Dragon Cat in Battle Cat. I've been playing for a while. It's a fun game. I like it. Oh, it's finally done! Oh my god! Alright, let me do this real quick. There's it. Import package, custom package. We have... I think I'm gonna use the old version. This one. 105. Feels like I more used the old version of VRM. Why would it violate? It's not gonna violate TOS, right? It's not gonna. I mean, it's just something pony-like, right? Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, it's not gonna be Twitch TOS. Yeah. So yeah, my Forest Guardian character, like the not safe for work side, is probably gonna be like the Guardian is gonna go through a bunch of vigorous pony training exercise. There you go. Nice. Okay, so now we... the newest kobold with no bone problem anymore, so it's this one. Base color, roughness, body height, mix AO, open GL, roughness, and what else do we have? Fur, body, and eye. Actually, I think just 3. So let me make a new folder here. Kobo is here. Newest kobo with no boner problem anymore? Oh no, kobo still have boner problems. And extract materials to kobo's here. This is humanoid. Apply. Configure. No eyeball. It's only head and neck, no jaw. Left hand index proximal. Yeah, so it's just all the proximal because the palms are like this. And it works! I'm so surprised when this works back then. And apply. Done. Okay, so now we have this model scale factor. I don't remember if it's like 0.1 or 0.2. I mean this is the base file. It's already in FBX. This one is just like inside Unity change. I'm gonna put it 0.1 because small is good. Area weighted. Like zipline shape normals, yeah. I think that's pretty much it for the moment. So small. But you might notice that the thing is different, right? And of course all the materials are already here. You have the materials here. You just need to change. I mean, I'm using M2. Oh, whoa, yeah. I mean, you never know. It's always a gamble with kobolds, right? Oh, did I not bring tongue in here? Oh, I didn't bring tongue in here. Wait, weird. It should have tongue. Did I miss it somewhere? Oh, weird. Why is it gone? There's only 4 stuff here. Let me look inside. Is it like a generic tongue color? Is it following teeth and claws? No, you're not. Who are you following? It's following the whole body. But why? Weird. Body typical body eye. Why do I have 2 body? Where's my tongue? Oh. How did I mess up? Oh no. Because like tongue should be its own material so that I can change the material for the tongue, but now it's gone? Yeah, it's gone. What the fuck? Oh, I'm so weirded out. Wait. Please don't tell me. I don't even know when it became like that. Oh, what? Your tongue. Where's tongue 001? What the fuck? Huh? Where's tongue? Why are you tongue 001? Where's the original tongue? I don't understand. I don't understand. At least we're a tongue now. We're gonna re-export this shit. Okay. Somehow we have tongue 001, no? Alright, re-export. Because I messed up. Delete this one. I'm gonna delete... Actually, I'm gonna delete everything here. Yes. Replace. And Cobalt loses tongue after too much oral fun, still looking for it. Name something 11. I'm gonna cry. That's a cute clip. I mean, my kind of my blab is pretty basic. And blub. Oh, I can blab too. Wait. Yeah. Blip. There we go, tongue. Good thing I checked. Holy shit. Oh. I'm probably gonna need eye bones for it, right? Six base term. And it was saying that emojis was a smile. There's nothing wrong with that. Come on, Automat. Yeah, that's why I say it's like very not obvious. Okay. I have blend shapes to move the eye. Actually, Chashu, I'm gonna send a message to you. I don't know if it's okay for you to ask him that, but Okay, because I'm not too sure if that works, but if it's okay to use blend shapes, then it's good. If it's not, then I have to use the eye bone, which is probably gonna be catastrophic, but I can always try. I already did a few surgeries, why not just add an eye bone if it's needed, right? So point 1, everything looks good. Thank you, Chashu. Why are you blapping at the start? That... Of course it's blapping right at the start. I didn't I want to punch someone. Oh, it's a little things. Oh my god, it's like mildly infuriating, but it's nothing much. It's just mildly. It's the ah. Are you gonna re-export it? It's a missile. Texture, boom. Replace. Minimize this. Alright, we're deleting once more. Bang. Yes. So this file, this one, and this one. I think that's everything. Oh. Why you... Oh yeah, of course, you know. What if I don't use M2 actually? I know VC Face don't support don't support any shaders other than M2, but VTuber Plus can support almost any shader. I feel like I might be wrong though, but it's to my knowledge. Maybe? Ooh, yeah, this is what standard can do actually. Look at that. Oh, height mate's broken. It behaves differently than the other ones. I'll bring the... Oh, it's a bunch of nothing, okay. Maybe I can make it a bit. Ooh. Ooh. Very shiny. I can make things shiny. Wow. Let's see. This one... Not much I can change here because it's just... I mean, I can make it... emit a little bit of light, I guess. So is this one. For funsies, because why not? Shame. You can see it's actually shining inside. Wait, that means I can change the whole body. Wait, holy shit though. Wait, no, maybe not with emission. Whoa. different cobble. It has a little bit of change there. It doesn't necessarily change everything, but it's kinda cool. Alright, which color of cobalt do you want? Cobalt already making alternate costumes for Cobomon? I don't know if it's gonna be possible for my model to be inside the game. I'm still sort of like very worried about that. This is fur. I can make fur emit. Oh wait. Oh my god. Oh. I think fur emission is like the coolest. Yo. I think I just have a soft spot for like green tinted teal. Yeah, I think I have a soft spot for that. Green tinted teal color. Oh. Yo. I mean, of course, pink. The best. Pink. Purple. But seriously though, pink, a green tinted teal color is like... Ooh. There's something about it just so good. It would be my... It is definitely my second favorite color. You know, next to purple. I'll make it third because purple and pink is my absolute favorite. And then this one. Because why not, right? I actually never tried to use cobalt in standard. Because I always use M-Tune. M-Tune looks very cartoony, right? It's kind of flat, and you can't really tell. You can't really tell that these are like here. And one thing I didn't even realize that the snake is using standard. Like snake is actually using standard shader. Proven that if I do this right. If I open up the lights, you can. See? So I actually have like reflected lights and stuff. Like... Yeah. So snake is actually like kind of shiny. As all snakes do. This is what standard shader could do in Visible Plus. And it is like, you have like shadows down there as well. So I think... Yeah, it's kinda cool. It should be possible for Cobalt to be standard shader, and I might be able to play with that as well. It's peak color, I know. Teal and turquoise, my beloved. Yeah, it's so good. I mean, look at the hood. As long as Cowboy is roughly as high and white as Reina, should be fine. The most important thing is to avoid hitbox shenanigans by securing with the presumed hitbox of the replaced character. Does that make sense? It does make sense, but I don't know how big. I don't have the model, so I cannot compare it. It's a problem. Yeah, you're right. If I mean, the best thing we could do is to scale the model, but that's pretty much it. I mean, unless you want, unless you want like, you know, changing limbs, changing limb position to look like Giga Bowser. You can probably rip the original model from your game install. Wait, how do I do that? That sounds so... Ooh, wait, let me research on that a little bit. Snake Swirly's pretty. Thank you. Gonna nap, but we'll stay lurking. Thank you, Tikaka. Have a good nap. How do you rip model from Tekken 8? Other extra Tekken models. Oh, this one is Tekken 7. Or 2 weeks ago. Ripping character models from Game to Blender. R Tekken. Bro, we just played the game. Certain modification site might have certain Blender models ready. So no answers on Reddit? Wow. Crazy. No answers on DeviantArt? Delete? This model by 3D Kazuya Tekken 8 model. Why do they only have Kazuya Tekken 8 model? This is not a mod but a 3D model for use in Blender or they only have Kazuya. I mean, if there are people who is doing this, there should be a way that I can do this as well, right? Okay, how about if I take a the file name. General information. There it is. Asset prefix. Character texture suffixes. Stage texture. Common character ID. Character abbreviations. ZBR is Reina. Reina is number 28. Maybe I can work on that. Alright, I guess we're trying something new today. It's probably not this one. Content. Oh, I don't even know how to access the folder. The game folder doesn't necessarily have models. Oh, weird. It's just Engine and Polaris is just like binaries of content. And this is this one? I don't know. Important paths. Character meshes. Content, character, item, model, unique. Okay. That's gonna help. Content. There's no content stage or content character. content? There's no content. I mean, there is content, but there's no content that leads to... Oh, this is so weird. Oh, this is so weird. Whoa, wait. Modding is way harder?
Hello
Mm.
and welcome.
Nook nook. Nook nook. Hello. I'm just looking at the Tekken folders and see if I can get the character mesh out, but I don't know how. But hi, thanks for the follow. I'm not doing much currently. Can this only be accessed with Unreal Engine? Unreal Engine 5.2.1. This is Tekken 8 general information. What else do you have? Documentation. Yeah, hi. Hope you're doing good. I'm checking out like these kind of stuff and also the files here to figure out how to get how to get the files from Tekken 8 so that I can compare between my model and the character model so that it'll be easy to work with. But I don't see it. Okay, what if I search for Tekken 8 Unreal Engine version? And then immediately I got a drama. That's not what I want. Oh, did I accidentally close the music? I probably did. Yikes. Yikes. Alright, give me a second. Oh, I have to. This is what's wrong with browser YouTube. I cannot access the same playlist again. I have to like search for it. And this one. There. Oh. You know what? While I'm searching for things, yeah, have fun getting hypnotized. Y'all gonna get hypnotized. Not ending it. I'm just searching for stuff. Unreal Engine 5. They didn't say anything about Unreal Engine version? Oh, this one is Tekken 7. I need Tekken 8 stuff. Oh, that's a cute blush emote. Oh my god. Oh, it's Chai! Right. Oh, no wonder that bird is so familiar. Yeah. Chai is cute. Maybe I should... Okay, how about this? I'm gonna try and download Unreal Engine 5 and see if I can do anything about it. Unreal Engine 5.4. Do I need to buy Unreal Engine? The power Unreal Engine, the scale of Fortnite? Huh? Fortnite is Unreal Engine? Isn't Fortnite Epic Engine or something? Oh, I'm so confused. Well, I'm still... Okay, let me download Unreal Engine real quick. So, launcher. I need to install Epic Games Launcher? Wait, no. Once downloaded and installed, open the launcher and create a login to your Epic Games account. As far as I know, you don't need to buy UE4, but technically it's UE5. And UE5 somehow needs Epic Games account? No, what the hell? Unreal Engine is developed and published by Epic Games? I didn't know! Holy shit! Well, I learn new things every day, I guess. Game developers were under 1 million USD in revenue for educators and schools, no revenue limit. Individuals and small businesses. Why have I pressed download now? It's the same thing. I guess I have to get a... I guess I have to get an Epic account, huh? Alright, let me install that real quick. I'm not ending it, I'm just getting... trying to get Tekken stuff to work. Hi Swift, and thanks for the pin. Stretch that bone. You got it. Yeah. Oh. Nice. Okay, let me install Epic installer. Is it forcing me to install to C? Okay, Epic Games, there we go. That's on my end. DM? Okay. trying to send a message. Look at this. So slow, look at that. Oh my god. Oh, it's gone. Alright, I think I'm ready to become small again. I am suddenly lagging as fuck. Installing update, downloading update. Content. Epic game. I actually don't know if I have a Google. Do I have an Epic account? Wait, let me try. I might have it. Email password don't match. Let me try this one. Date of birth. I actually have an account. I didn't even. Oh, I have an Epic account? Okay, I mean, hey, we take those. Look at it. How long is this? Who is this one? Oh, okay. What? Install Epic Online Services, which is required to access Epic Games launcher updates. The installation is brief and can be initiated by clicking OK. Occur once may prompt a window user access control dialog to accept. Huh? Why is everything Epic Game does is so sus? Open the launcher and create a login. Okay. Step 1. Okay. So I already installed. Maybe I need to install this one? I mean, I'm not playing online, so... So now I need to find Unreal Engine. That does... Oh, hey, it's Unreal Engine. Okay, how big is the engine? Game to minority first that you notify Epic with release. I'm not gonna release anything. Applications resident to third parties and that rely on you equal to at runtime. Making less than one. Okay. Individual and businesses less than 1 million. Okay, so essentially just less than 1 million. Then I should be able to use this for funsies. Applications that rely on engine code and runtime and are licensed to third parties. It didn't say anything about modding. Modding should be here, right? Individuals and businesses, but I'm individual. Okay. How long is this? Oh jeez. Oh, don't they have like a... I want to... EOS summary. Terms of service didn't read. Okay. Search for a service here. Unreal Engine. No. You could just dismiss it. I mean, I could. I mean, I'm not even gonna do anything that's illegal. So, okay, let me look at this. Table of contents. Technology and licensing to you. How you can use the license technology? I mean, it's probably nothing much. Just like less than 1 million USD. What you pay Epic for using? How you can distribute products you've made? I'm not. Am I? I'm not. Smart product. Other restrictions you use. Nope. Who owns what? Wow. Rights and obligations. Disclaimers. Limitations and liability. Indemnification. What is that? That's a big word. Governing law and jurisdiction. Didn't I have a folder on E? Epic. I think I'll put it here. Create shortcut? Yeah. It didn't tell me how big it is though. Okay. Okay, so I'll add the eyeball afterwards. No problem. Oh my god, I'm lagging so hard. No, don't install now, holy shit. My PC almost exploded. Okay, guess I'll do this off stream then. I mean, I didn't do much today. Other than, like, fixing a little bit of my own model and also made some hands here. Fixed a little bit of shoulder, add some type of fur here. Not much, but... What if I give... See, here's a question. What if I give Jade belly? What's gonna happen? No. Anyway, I think I'm probably gonna stop here and try to do the Unreal Engine stuff real quick. Or maybe I should like leave it to install when I go to work tomorrow. I don't know, but for now I'll save again. There. Also, thanks for forwarding my messages to... Yeah, thanks for forwarding my messages. Appreciate it a lot. This is the first time me doing something like this, so please bear with me if I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry, Chashu, in advance. I'll still try my best to oblige, yeah. I'll try my best to like do anything to help as best I can. So yeah. Also, thanks for you did. I would say also thank you so much for your generosity. I didn't think you would actually do that, but thank you. that is very generous of you. Thank you. But for now, I'm gonna find a raid target real quick. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here, honestly. Oh, it is getting... Oh, it's getting dark too, yeah, okay. Oh my god, Merp is streaming! Yeah! We're gonna go raid Merp. Oh my god, eat Merp! Eat Merp! Can I just say Merp is so adorable? I mean, kobolds are so adorable! I love them. Anyway, we found our raid target very convincingly. So, before anything, let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I also have a Discord channel where I announce my stream stuff, and I spam dragon pictures when I can. Well, not me, but Tira does. She will spam dragon pictures whenever possible, so yeah, and also we will announce stream stuff. If there's like no stream, secret stream very less likely because it's a little bit hard when schedule is kind of full. Yeah, something like that. So as always, Tuesday and Wednesday there will be no stream because I need to work for money. For money. So yeah, no stream for 2 days as always, and I'll be back on Thursday, probably doing some Signalis, I think. Oh wait, no, that's like Portal Story smell. But do I want to do Portal Story smell? Honestly, I don't know. It's either Signalis or Portal Story smell, but I'm leaning a little bit towards Signalis, just because of how overwhelmingly positive the game is. So yeah, we'll see. Right, we'll see. I cannot be sure. I cannot be sure yet. Right, it's a bit hard for me to like decide what to do on Thursday. Besides, I'm always like I don't have a schedule. I usually just have a bit of a like I want to play this today and I play that today, and if I don't feel like playing that today, I'm not gonna play that. So it's like I don't have like a fixed schedule. So yeah, I usually do it like based off of my mood. You know, my mood wants me to play this or something like that, and I'll do it. So that's why I have no schedule. I only have like a fixed stream time, but not really like a schedule where today do what, that day do this, right? I don't really have that. Give big hug to the kobold that's currently a snake. Oh, you're giving hug to a snake. A kobold is, you know, back there jumping around the cave, I don't know. It's a bit of a character play, I do enjoy it. But hey, thanks for the hug. I'm pretty sure that's everything. Don't think I'm missing anything. Yeah. Okay. Then let me. Oh, we're gonna ask. I mean, Murph is smaller than me, but I'm still gonna ask for uppies because it's Murph, and Murph is cute, and I'm gonna rate as a couple because why not? So let me type in the raid to Z covered. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Are there any other kobolds other than the one I see? Merp, Dancy, top channels, and me. Okay. Okay, only 3 kobolds currently. Me, Dancy, and Merp. Okay. Also, being deserves hug. Are you saying that you deserve a hug? Of course you do. I don't think I'm missing anything. So yeah, I'll be back on Thursday doing either Portal Stories or Psychoanalysis. We'll see. But also, sorry for today not doing as much art. It suddenly went from Jade stuff to my own model trying to do some Tekken 8 modding and stuff. So I'm sorry about that. But still, I will try to make as much progress as I can when I do art. So bear with me. So thank you very much. Alright. So I'm ready to raid. I'm probably gonna go get some food as well. Is it really that dark today? Maybe it is. Okay, there we go. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Snake loves y'all. And here comes the raid to Merc. Because Merc is cute. I consider myself at most average than awesome. You know, honestly, an awesome awesome person would say that. But for real though, you know, I don't think I'm awesome too, but some people say that I'm awesome, so I don't know. I don't know if I am, but I don't feel like I am. Case on point, right? Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm probably gonna go get food immediately after this. Oh, but I'm gonna have to boot Merp so many times before I'm gonna go get some food though. Yeah. Shit, there's one. No, there's one thing I want to share and I forgot. Ah, crap! I cannot believe it. Ah, this happens too much. There's something I want to share and I don't remember. No. Well, that's my brain. I have to live with this. Anyway, take care everyone, okay? Snake loves y'all. Here comes Snake Smooch. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Take care. Love y'all.